The Willow disconnects from the game as well. I can't really say too much about that. He has disconnected from the game. Hopefully he is going to be back shortly. For the moment, though, it does seem like a 4,000 disadvantage at the 28-minute mark is completely playable. It is more than playable. In fact, when your cores have as much farm, it is still Dreamosaur that you have to worry about. He has a Heart of Tarask on this Necro, and they still possess a 64% net worth or net win probability, even though the win probability was around 80. The highest it was 88%, right? But that was around the 17.5-minute mark. 10 minutes later, it is now down to the 62% win probability, which quite frankly isn't as high. 60% are really good odds for any team to play against. 90% not so much, but somehow, able to find multiple kills, or rather, right? It's a tower, it's a kill on a Skywrath, Axe, Ember, Hoodwink, Skywrath, Necro, Tower, Skywrath. It's a lot of kills that they've gotten in the past 10 minutes. In fact, they've gotten more kills in the past 10 minutes than they've gotten in the first 17 minutes of the game. And the opposite is applied for Carstensz, right? You take a look at this portion. They've gotten more kills in the first 17 minutes than they have in the next 10 minutes. In the 10 minutes after the 17-minute mark. Buck has that shield room, so he'll be able to absorb much of the Mystic Flare, but Saimei, he is going to come in with a Berserker's Call! Will be able to take down Mute as well as the Willow. The Hatchet receiving the Hatchet in response. Saimei is able to take down these observer wards as well as the sentries. Has that gem of true sight available. DCMG will be able to walk away. Saimei needs an extended team fight in order to apply some kind of damage. There are the multiple Yules as well as the Lotus Orb, as Saimei is in big trouble. DCMG has plenty of damage against the Axe as the Berserker's Call does come out. But Hatchet they've lost their supports. Mute will go in, but DCMG has gone down as well. They've only found Saimei, as Rondaboy is going to get hit by that Bushwhack as well as a Sharpshooter, and he is going to be dead to rights. 4 heroes going down on the side of the Radiant, as the only one alive is Mute, the Puck. Carstensz will be able to break through the tier 2 tower that stands on that mid lane and should be able to make it on that high ground.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
The skies are dark with Skywrath power!
Tormentor is going to be taken out. There's no response coming from the other side. So again, we're back to that 11,000 lead for Carstensz. We're back to square one. at least for Savage Wolves, they have to be able to muster up the same kind of comeback they found, but it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier when your heroes are farmed up, right? The DCMG has plenty of damage, has that Lotus, Sanjin Kaya, BKB, so he can survive for quite a while. It's a Ronda Boy who has to survive, right? No BKB available for this Tiny means that he's just going to get perma disabled unless he's able to find the right jumps. That wasn't an example of the right jump, right? The right jumps past this point. There's still no Aegis on that dire side, so maybe you're going to be able to have some semblance of a good team fight. Saime almost got the Lich, but he'll just force off away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
DCMG gets hit by the concussive shot. Battle Hunger is going to be dispelled away from Saime himself. He has that Blink Dagger. Doesn't really want to go in towards that Timber. It's in fact DCMG who will chain on forward.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As Ronda Boy is going to be going in with the Avalanche. Skywrath Mage is going to take a bow. Ember Spirit goes on forward to apply the Searing Chains on Ronda Boy. It's going to be a Bushwhack that finds the 2 melee cores. Saime is going to come in with a call, but doesn't actually manage to find Ronda Boy inside of it. The Chain Frost doing plenty of damage, but now that Dream Assault has made his entry, Savage Wolves have to disengage entirely from this position. The Willow perhaps is going to be able to blink away, in fact, and will be able to make it out. Saime wants to go in for a call on that Hawk, but the phase shift as well as a blink out will be there. And again, Mute does have the A on this, so even if you do find him with the call, even if you're able to apply some kind of damage, he's going to be able to just have that hard dispel come in around alongside that damage resistance for about 2.5 seconds. The Lich forced off away. Has that Glimmer Cape too. Sharpshooter is going to come in by Salamat. As, I mean, he has the Sleight of Fist, but might not be able to take out the Lich. Oh no, he will be able to take out the Lich. And just remnants away.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hmm.
Dire are scanning.
10,000 net worth advantage up now for Carstensz. It does seem like with every passing moment, with every passing team fight, that advantage fades away, right? It goes down instead of up, which is surprising considering that they are very far ahead in those team fights, right? The Radiant side, Savage Wolves have to apply this pressure and scramble strategy where you have the first few seconds of a team fight, but as soon as the response comes in, you have to go back, right? So it's what you can do within those first few seconds. As there is a Roshan attempt by Carstensz, but they have a Necro lineup, so it isn't exactly the fastest of Roshan. It's still not that slow though, especially with the Battle Hungers coming in. 4 stacks of the Battle Hunger, as that's around 120 DPS per second, which is pure damage, by the way. 120 pure damage per second. And Roshan will go by. Aegis picked up for Dreamosel. Surprise! They could have actually given it to the Ember Spirit. Moss teleports on that top lane, as Savage Wolves have been able to acquire the first tier 2 tower of the game. Axe, he found the Willow, who will immediately buy back. Rondaboy has the BKB available, will have to activate it, and needs to find a way back to his fountain. They are chasing in after him. Saime has those Sacred Chains available. Rondaboy will throw out that Avalanche, but can he actually make his way out? Salamat has that BKB and can always remnant out of this position. Meanwhile, Saime, he wasn't able to find that Berserker's Call. Will get hit by the Dream Call. But won't be able to pursue past that point. DCMG. He will chain away.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ayat moves around with the Hoodwink. Hatchet is gonna get caught.
Dire's
So
bottom
he
tower
heals. Well, I mean, every time the Willow is caught in the woods, he's just gonna fall, right? It's not as if
bottom tower has fallen.
Savage Wolves have done a great job at mitigating. This game should have been over if they didn't find that comeback, but they don't have any map control. That is the problem. All of the kills they found across the map have been sneaky maneuvers. They have not been brute force. So anytime they're visible around the map, it's not as if they can actually take a fight. Right, Carstensz are stronger. They have always been stronger in that regard, simply because of that laning phase and how it actually went. So how exactly are they going to go for a frontline attempt, as Mute has that Aeon disc, so he's not going to be in that much trouble. But the sight almost took out the puck. He'll be able to blink back and might be able to make it away. No, he is dead over here. He is gonna eat that bushwhack, is gonna fall. Rondaboy now goes in with a great avalanche toss. DCMG, he goes in with a timber chain, but this Necro has that Aegis. And so how much are you really going to be able to do? Mute, it does have his buyback available, but and DCMG has his Aghanim Scepter, so it's really a futile attempt trying to take out the Timber Saw. Carstensz will be able to take out this tier 3, but the glyph comes out. DCMG getting bushwhacked again.
Radiant's middle tower.
You have to go in because the Aegis is still up for 1 minute and 30. Or you can continue to apply damage on this Necro from afar. Make sure the puck can come back into the game without having to expend his buyback. Saime missed his call. Terrorize coming in on towards 2 cores, but the Ember Spirit is there. DCMG taking in a whole lot of damage and will actually go down. He also has a buyback available, and over on that backline, Rondaboy's been able to take out both supports. But now, how will they protect their Tiny when he doesn't have a buyback? They're going to be able to run all over him and will find a dunk. Puck still having not used his buyback. There is backdoor protection that has kicked in, but now the 2 supports, they are compromised. DCMG has to go in, but you have to be careful. You've used your buyback on that Timber. Rondaboy's gonna buy back, tosses back Salamat, but he is perfectly safe. He'll be able to take out the Lich before remnanting back. And again, Carstensz have not lost a single hero. A 3-man Dream Call comes out by Mute, but instantly they'll throw everything they have at the puck. Rondaboy is gonna go in to assassinate that Hoodwink, but in the end, Saime, he has that 2-man Berserker's Call. Rondaboy has to be able to make it out of this awkward position, but he won't be able to. He'll toss back one of the cores, but then there's going to be Dreamosol who'll come in with the Boots of Travel. Has no scythe available, but they do have the gem against Rondaboy. And they'll be able to take out the Tiny. He is dead for about 120 seconds.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
The savage puppies, as someone pointed out. It's not fair because the comebacks were really good. What hasn't been good is them finding some kind of breakthrough at the back of those comebacks. Now, luckily for them, Carstensz, they're not in the mood to end this game, even though there's no buyback on that Tiny. And maybe they'll even be able to take out S.7. He is inside of that Dream Coil and will be going down. Surprising that Carstensz dispersed themselves when the Tiny wasn't alive. Even the Necrophos is going to be in trouble, but no, he'll be able to sight down the Willow. Uses his Scythe of Whites on DCMG. But the Bushwhack comes in. Saime has that Berserker's Call, as the BKB does come out from the Timbersaw. But he might be able to teleport away. But the Gleipnir holds him back. This is a dead Timber. He has 4 heroes surrounding him. Will be able to blink away. And the Glimmer Cape is going to come in from Mr. Lich. At the same time, it is going to be a bit of a sacrifice. The Lich will have to give up his life for that play. And has no buyback available of his own. But he might just be back by the time that Carstensz are able to push. In fact, they're not showing any signs of pushing towards the other side. Taime with the Berserker's Call. Unable to actually cast the puck with it, as Mute will be able to go away. Has that 25 talent. The Waning Rift distance. I wonder if he should have gone for the minus 30 second in Dream Call, because okay, he cancelled his teleport. Didn't know if Dreamosol had his Scythe or not, but there was no way that they would have been able to cancel his TP. But he does manage to make his way back to the fountain, so it doesn't really matter.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Does seem like Carstensz, they are now prepared to go for that high ground play. DCMG has activated his reactive armor a bit too preemptively. It's going to be on cooldown now for quite a while,
Top tower.
at least as far as this high ground defense goes.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Mute will use the Dream Call to hold the axe in as DCMG blinks on that high ground to push out the supports. It is an interesting start to the fight, but once the Dire side actually show up in full numbers, I wonder what they're going to do then. Mute has his Aeon Disc proc. Rondaboy activates his BKB. As the Ember Spirit again goes on forward. Is hit by the U's, but they have the Timbersaw. Will be able to sight him down. He is now down for about 120, and Mute, he doesn't have his Aeon Disc. Can now get caught in this scenario. It's Rondaboy, who is visible, will get hit by the bushwhack, doesn't have a BKB available, will get sighted down, and will be brought down. Dreamocell will a double kill in this game, or rather, in this particular time, and even the third core is gonna fall. Mute will have to buy back into it. But quite frankly, the Timber, the Tiny, neither of them actually have a buyback. So how exactly is the Puck plus the two supports supposed to defend this position?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
The bottom lane of barracks is potentially going to fall, but the game might not end here, because if they're going for the barracks, they might not be able to go for the throne afterwards. The tier 2 on that top lane is still standing, as the Ember Spirit is just going to teleport away, but has dropped his remnant down in case he needs to come back.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Slow and steady is the name of the game for Carstensz. They found Hatchet. Will be able to take him down, as the Lich is also going to be collected here. Salamat will be able to take him down, and remnants away from that fountain. The Puck Mute, he tried to go in, might be able to take out the Ember. Salamat does give up his life, and probably not for the right reasons. He should not have dove the fountain. That's gonna give an opportunity for Mute to be able to hold everyone else back. But will he be able to, as the axe goes in, again has that A on disc, but does get shackled down. As Salamat has actually bought back into this. Dreamocell, once again, he is looking for the site. His hands clearly show the intent there. He has 2 hearts. He has 2 hearts. The Necro with some Cardiomegaly. The Tiny Rondaboy on the side is going to fall, and again, it seems like they've hit their maximum output against this kind of a disadvantage, and they can't seem to get it done. The Puck going to get hit by the scythe, and that should be it. That should be the end for the first game for Savage Wolves, but they're still running around like pinatas for Carstensz to take down. Carstensz finally will eye down that throne, as the Tiny's buyback is available right now. Willow does not have his buyback, and neither does the Puck. So even if the Tiny buys back, and he does, it's going to be a 3v5. But maybe if you're able to take down Salamat, that could be good. But Saime, he will plant down those 2 cores with his Berserker's Call. DCMG with the reactive armor is potentially able to make it out. He can't. The Chain Frost was reversed by that Lotus Orb, and GG will be called by Mute. Carstensz take game number 1, 25-54, with a 30,000 net worth advantage. And I have to say, as strong as Carstensz is, as strong as they were in the previous game, there were a lot of gaps in their lineup that Savage Wolves were able to exploit. There were a lot of moments where Savage Wolves found those comebacks. And for Carstensz, this, sure, against Savage Wolves, it may not matter because you're clearly the favorites. But against some of the better teams out there, against Velocity Vikings, against D-Family, against Roar Gaming, you make those kinds of mistakes and you're going to get punished. For the moment, though, it doesn't matter because this is the upper bracket in the playoffs. Carstensz, 1 game away of proceeding further, 1 game away from sending Savage Wolves down to the lower bracket, where they aren't going to be looking too savage. Can Savage Wolves hold Carstensz back and keep themselves in contention for the upper bracket of the playoffs at Lunar Horse Trophy? Well, we'll head to a short break before we find out, guys, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned. Hey guys, welcome back to the Green Station Lunar Horse Trophy Savage Wolves versus Carstensz. The Carstensz are going to be one game up. Beastmaster, Rubik, and a Disruptor has been picked up by Carstensz. Saime was an absolute beast, or I would say an absolute Beastmaster yesterday when he played this hero. And then you'll have Dreamosol given his Lone Druid. Now, Savage Wolves may have Mute on that Keeper of the Light, so that is a bit of a niche power play there coming in from their side. But how do you play against the Lone Druid by being played by Dreamosol? How do you play against Saime's Beastmaster? And how the hell do you play against a Snapfire Med? Although that one is probably the easier of the three to take down, especially for the Keeper of the Light, the Lion, and the Slardar who have that Finger of Death, and the Slardar who has that Crush. It is a pretty good place to be for Savage Wolves.
5 seconds remaining.
For Savage Wolves side, they are going to be going for that last pick, which is going to be the Luna. And again, pretty good lineup overall drafted by Savage Wolves, but for Carstensz they have a Lone Druid. They have the one hero that made even Ahmed tilt out and GG out of the game back in Dream League. So how exactly are Savage Wolves supposed to play against this? The game is a bit laggy. I will apologize. Every single time the game loads up this has been happening since the 7.41c patch, at least for my Dota client. It's every time the game loads all the 10 heroes, it lags out. But then it just resumes back to normal. I don't know. Maybe some
10 seconds remaining.
weird stuff happening in my client on the back end. I'm a doctor, so I don't actually know anything about how games work from the technical aspect of it. But taking a look at both overall draws, maybe I am overestimating the Lone Druid here, but it is a Dreamosol Lone Druid, so maybe I am perfectly estimating that there. Meanwhile, the supports are going to need to do the heavy lifting from Savage Wolves. The Tusk's job in this scenario is to be able to disable that Snapfire Mortimer once it starts flying out. It is hard against a Disruptor to be able to do that. Well, at the same time, you do have that shock and awe factor with that Slardar, as well as the Walrus Punch, whose damage is going to be enabled heavily by that Slardar's Corrosive Haze. You also have a very decent D-push or counter-push potential against the Beastmaster as he's coming in with the Illuminates flying out from Mute, and you have the Eclipse as well as the Finger of Death. So two very heavy sources of magical damage early on in the game that the other side may not have much of. Static Storm, the Mortimers are really the only two big abilities that Carstensz have as far as AoE magical damage is concerned. So we'll see how exactly Carstensz are able to play against this. I would still say that they're the favorites, though. I would still give them the edge in this game. Simply because of the experience that these players come in with.
Sick'em.
DCMG giving a bit of TMI to all of us. Doesn't need to give us the reason. Well, it can give us the short reason. But that's alright, guys. These teams both have 10 minutes of, each team has 10 minutes of pause time to do with as they wish. And that pause time starts now. I have the timer. I have 4 timers around me, surrounding me. Because that is my life now. But it's probably not on my end. It is on the admin's end, the timer. Savage Wolves have an interesting logo. Definitely not AI. Meanwhile, Carstensz have a logo that is actually not AI. I know this. I know for a fact this isn't AI. Also have the banners. A Dota 2 logo on the banner. Where is the banner for Savage Wolves? There we go. Slaughter has an interesting chin. And he has 4 eyes.
Now that's more like it.
Ayad's hero is grabbing something. I don't know what he's grabbing. He's looking out into the ether. And interestingly, Dota has these clouds. I never actually realized this, but there are clouds in the sky. I wonder if you can see the sun when it's daytime. Or if you can spot out the moon. Have you ever guys seen the moon in Dota? We'll try to find it. It's not there. There's no moon. Maybe because Mirana isn't in the game. Maybe. This might just be my conspiracy theory, guys. But perhaps, if there's a Mirana in the game, you have the moon. And maybe the reason the moon isn't here is because there's a Luna in the game. Maybe the moon has transformed into the Luna. Because, you know, she is, as far as the lore goes, something related to the moon. The deity of the moon, I suppose. As the game will be paused again, and that is, you know,
They're trying to kill me.
the perfect time to send out those voice lines, particularly Ace with those voice lines. They're the best. That is my two favorite voice lines of the game is the disruptors that are trying to kill me, and the undying with the what was it? I hate life. Those two voice lines, they're the best. Dreamosel.
I came a long way to see you die.
Hmm.
Seconds to battle.
Ahit, his smoke is going to be broken and he is going to get hit by that Earth Spike. Ice Charge is going to be sent out, catching both Ace-12 as well as Ahit, as Carstensz will drop first blood. And they will make a move on Ace-12 as well, who has really no glimpse available. Hatchet will spot him out, uses that second Earth Spike, and they'll be able to take him down. One more hit will do the trick, and the Loosened Beam from Rondaboy will secure the additional kill. First blood plus a kill going the way of Savage Wolves. Pretty good as far as the start to the second game goes. Pretty good as far as evening out the series goes. That should give them the best possible chance of actually being able to do that. But is it going to be good enough? That is the big question. As Hatchet falls over on that top lane, again, playing against a lone druid is very difficult. As long if you get rooted, you're dead, right? That is just the case. That is there's a simple natural result of being rooted down. There's nothing you can do about this. And the problem is you're also playing into a disruptor, where if you get glimpsed back, you're then going to get rooted. And there's no way out of that scenario. You're going to have to use your Earth Spike against the bear itself instead of Dreamosel, instead of the Disruptor. And in that scenario, you still have a hero hitting you or right-clicking you. You still have a Disruptor right-clicking you. There we go once again. They have that glimpse. They'll be able to bring him back as the root hasn't come out, but he's been able to find a two-man stun. The root was going to be there in one more strike as Hatchet is able to make his way out. Over on the mid lane, it is a Keeper of the Light versus a Salamat who goes in with the cookie as well as a Scatter Blast. Look at the amount of damage that comes out on this Keeper of the Light. Down about 500 HP just at the back of a few right clicks as well as that Scatter Blast. As Salamat will be able to dodge away the Illuminate with ease. Another Illuminate gets sent out towards Salamat. That's not really going to do all that much. Meanwhile, bot lane, Saime as well as Ahia, the Beastmaster. Yesterday they played a Beastmaster plus the Hoodwing. This time around they'll have the Beastmaster plus a Rubik. And the task is here with the tag team. So if you're able to get on top of Saime, you might be able to use the tag team and bring him down. So they'll be able to apply plenty of damage there. Rubik pretty far away, and actually Saime, he will fall. That is a pretty good kill for Ronda Boy. Last game, he wasn't able to secure the return kills. They were going the way of his supports. This time around, they'll be able to pull him in with the kills. And by being able to take out Saime early on, you disable much of what the Beastmaster wants to accomplish in this lane.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Don't let it vex you.
DCMG is going to be getting glimpse back, rooted down. But not really going to be under much of a threat there.
Try your runs. Yes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Tier 1 tower, again, is going to be a bit pressured. Ronda Boy is going to struggle how to counter this out, particularly when S.7 is nearby. They know that he's there because they have an observer ward and they saw him through the gate. So this will be free hits on that tier 1 tower.
Has been killed.
And they will struggle to actually counter this out unless they bring the Lion in. The Tusk actually brought over on their part of the map through the shards and will fall down. Has that snowball, but really no way out of this scenario. He's just gonna drop after it, and they'll continue the pressure. Disruptor is gonna go back knowing that they were able to acquire what they wanted, a kill, and can just go back to support that lone druid who, to be fair, doesn't really need S.7 in this lane. He seems to be doing pretty much
Radiant's
a-okay
bottom
by
tower
himself.
is under attack.
DCMG
Dire's
needs to be careful. I think there's going to be a glimpse here. It is a level 2 glimpse. They bring him back, but the bear is not interested, especially as Mute comes in. DCMG, though, he will be able to apply the crush, and the slow comes out by Mute. S.7 is going to be a goner. The Illuminate damage is simply too much at this stage.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ronda Boy is able to go in with the snowball, but Ronda Boy is, well, he has the Mortimers flying out against him, so it'll be a trade. Saime for a Luna. An offlaner for a carry that doesn't bode too well for the side of Savage Wolves. For Carstensz, that's not the best either. They are able to apply counter push to that Beastmaster, but if it's at the cost of your Luna, maybe that's not that worth it. as the Lion is soaking up experience towards that mid lane. So I suppose that's all okay for the Radiant side. They are optimizing their losses and they are optimizing these exchanges, but you need a bit of a buffer. But now that the Mortimer is going to be on cooldown for about 100 seconds, maybe Salamat, or rather maybe they'll be able to play the next few minutes a whole lot better. It's going to be difficult to land that same kind of a play once there are an additional few levels there, as Dreamocell's bear is making his way towards the gate, but DCMG is there. This is a lot of time wasted of DCMG, all the while Dreamocell just free farms that creep wave. Right, DCMG can't actually grab the Shrine of Wisdom for as long as that's there, but towards that bot lane, Saime is going to get hit by that snowball. Look at the Illuminate damage coming in, and this Beastmaster is going to be a goner. Lunar, though, brought in by that telekinesis. Salamat with that Scatterblast able to apply plenty of damage. They have the glimpse back to take out Rondaboy as a shield rune gets activated. They'll need to burst through that rune if they want to get this kill on Salamat, and with the Illuminate coming in, it does seem like it's going to be possible. Great kinetic field coming in by S.7, but Salamat is gonna eat that Earth Spike by Hatchet and is likely to fall down here. Just need a few hits and they will be able to find the mute with the Illuminate, but he does get brought back to the glimpse. Now, do these supports have enough damage to take him down? It seems very unlikely. And at the end of the day, maybe S.7 is going to be the one to fall. Rondaboy is back, and with the Chakra Magic going towards the way of the Lion, they have that additional Earth Spike. So both supports going down at the back of a very overextended chase for the Keeper of the Light. When he made his way outside of the tower range, that's pretty much where you should be getting back, particularly since you do also see the Lion. Boots of travel up for the Keeper of the Light, as he should be, well, he's going to be making his way towards that top lane, as Hatchet
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
needs his level 6 for the Finger of Death.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant's
Tier 1 tower towards that bot side is going to be going down. Disruptor S.7 is going to fall.
is under attack.
And over on the top lane, DCMG was looking for a play on Dreamocell, but in the end, he is going to have a play against him. Now, there is no glimpse because your Disruptor is dead.
Dire's
And at the end of the day, Savage Wolves, they're just applying pressure towards that mid lane. They've also lost their Tier 1 tower on that safe lane side, but that's pretty much okay. Saime was looking for the roar, but is going to eat that finger as well as that Illuminate. Hatchet able to secure a counterplay. Snowball comes out, but it's a bit too late by the Tusk, who's going to be getting brought back from that telekinesis. And again, it's these two supports chasing after the Tusk. They'll glimpse him back and have plenty of damage to take him down. Meanwhile, topside, Dreamocell, DCMG looking for a solo kill on that lone druid, will be able to find it. He has that crush. And Dreamocell, he doesn't have his supports nearby, but one of them is teleporting here. Saime does show up, but DCMG is able to make it out like a bandit. Able to find a solo kill on that lone druid, as he receives tips from his team for that play. And Saime needs to be careful. Bury the Hatchet reveals his position, looking for the Earth Spike. Glimpse back on DCMG as he is going to go down. Tusk, or rather the Disruptor, is going to be the casualty. Mortimers come flying out in response though, but most of them have whiffed. They're only going to be good enough to push back at the Radiant side, as Ihid stole the finger. He will finger the Lion back. DCMG goes in towards Ihid, and again, Mute is phenomenal as a mid laner. He's able to take out Ihid. The snowball comes in towards the Beastmaster. Walrus Punch is going to be there as well, but the roar coming out by Saime in response. DCMG though will be able to take out Saime. Has that crush, but he got glimpsed back. So won't be able to take him now, but now it's Mute in an awkward and compromised position. He'll throw out his Illuminate, but it's not going to matter. Ace is going to be picking up an unstoppable streak as DCMG, even with the Blink Dagger, he can't continue going in towards Carstensz. Is that going to be the breakthrough moment? We do have to keep in mind that Rondaboy is continually just farming away. When we take a look at the net worth chart, it's the Lunar at the very, well, almost at the very top. It is Mute because of all of the kills that he did acquire. He is going to be at the very top of the net worth chart.
A gift from the Tempest of Battle.
A soldier's fortune.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
DCMG, he's going to be going in. Salamat is going to fall. Ihid is going to drop down too. Carstensz this time around, they are faced up with a disadvantage.
Structures are fortified.
It is the side of the Radiant Savage Wolves who this game around do look plenty savage.
His middle tower has fallen.
A 3-man smoke comes out by their side. Saime is caught inside against the Slaughter, but has that Static Storm to help him out. However, it's just not going to matter. They're just both going to fall. Savage Wolves are playing this as a 5-man unit, and Carstensz are unable to do the same thing. Their heroes are good at while playing dispersed, but quite frankly, when you're slamming your heads against 5 players, rather than just the 2 that you're looking for, it's not going to work out. Hatchet is going to be walking back. DCMG, he goes in with a crush. Mortimers start flying out in response as the root comes in from Dreamosel. So DCMG will be the trade. That trade is not worth it. You only got a disruptor at the end of the day. As the bear is going to be pinned. But they won't actually chase in after the bear. Wall responses was the finger of death, and Salamat. That mid lane Snapfire has not really been working out against Savage Wolves.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Dreamosel was able to turn into his true form before DCMG was able to get him down, and he is simply too tanky for DCMG alone. But Hatchet is coming in with yet another stun, and now that Mute has showed up too, Dreamosol is likely to be a goner. Support comes in by Salamat, but it is too late. Dreamosol falls, as the response might be good enough to take out at least bury the Hatchet with one strike coming in by Salamat. Saime to get intercepted by that snowball, but A12 comes in holding down Mute with his Static Storm. You can't focus on the task, you need to chase after Mute. They will be able to come across him with a glimpse before H actually fell, and the Shredder is gonna take out the Kotl. 4 heroes in response to just the 2, as they did go in very deep to be able to get that kill,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
and weren't able to... Well... They weren't able to secure anything else afterwards. Again, the Keeper of the Light is only as good for as long as he can keep his distance. As long as you close that gap, it suddenly doesn't work anymore. DCMG, Mortimers are gonna start flying up, and he'll be able to blink away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Finger of Death comes in on towards the Rubik. Ayad is going to take a bow. The rest of their lineup, DCMG is going to go in. Fire Slam Cookie didn't land on him. Dreamosol is able to turn into the bear himself. But, and as well as a Static Storm coming out over there on that Luna. However, it doesn't really seem like they're in much trouble. DCMG just running forward with a crush on that Beastmaster. Walrus Punch comes out as well as the Eclipse takes out Saime. Carstensz faced up against a 6,000 net worth disadvantage, and it seems as if I owe Savage Wolves an apology. They do look plenty savage this time around. The wolf better than the bear, at least for the first 20 minutes of the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Tormentor is going to be collected. As a 4-man smoke comes out by the Radiant side, they want to be able to make a play, but where do they actually go? Carstensz, they're on that low ground, but they've been able to catch Mute. He will be getting glimpsed back though, away from the Snapfire. And now Savage Wolves will be able to make quick work of Salamat. Disruptor falls as well, as only 2 cores remain, though 2 cores that aren't even there with them. That glimpse by Ace. We do see quite a bit of, I would say, disconnect as far as the communication is concerned. And now, Savage Wolves will be able to make their way inside of the Roche Pit. They'll be able to take down Roshan without much effort going into it, especially with that Corrosive Haze coming in. And Rondaboy now has that Aegis. This is a Luna that is very farmed up, has that Butterfly, I believe, flying towards him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, he needs one more component for that Butterfly, but once he has it, that bear is not going to be a problem. Again, it's that wolf effect, right?
Cavalry has
I assume the Luna is riding a wolf, but I'm not really too sure what that is. Is he gonna glimpse the Luna back? How will they take her down, though? Especially with the lion here. Maybe with the static storm they can get it done, but the hex on the bear means that there's not going to be a root coming in. Desperation seeping in, as it seems, for Carstensz's lineup. Salamat
are fortified.
is going to be hit by the Earth Spike. Illuminate is not enough to take him down, but they will be able to force DCMG forward and are able to take out the Snapfire.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Savage Wolves not mincing any time about this. They'll one tier 2 tower, they will go for another tier 2 tower. 23 minutes in, Carstensz are now faced up with a 12,000 net worth of disadvantage, as this game doesn't really seem all that close.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
DCMG is gonna get hit by the Crush. And they have the Tusk nearby as well. Ace comes out with a great static storm. It's a 3-man. Carstensz, this is the perfect shot they're going to get. Ronda Boy is now in as the Will-O-Wisp gets planted down. Disruptor will be the first casualty on the side of Carstensz, and they will be able to chase after Dreamocell. He's trying to activate his true form. Will be able to get it down as Hatchet buys back into the game. Finger of Death stolen by Ayed, but Ayed, it will be stolen away by that Slardar. Saime able to blink away alongside that Snapfire. Salamat, who is stuck inside of the trees, they don't know that though, so they will be going back. As he cookies himself back towards that high ground. DCMG as well as Mute.
Radiant are scanning.
Able to go on forward.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As the Crush comes out by DCMG, Salamat will be able to walk back. Finger of Death on that Disruptor. As the tower has already gone down, there's still that Aegis on that Luna for 30 seconds. You need to hold on. Hatchet has gone down without a buyback. Luna will fall as well, but has that second life. But still, she hasn't gone down. Not before Ayed actually falls. He will buy back immediately as Dreamocell's bear will be taken out. He will resummon it.
Radiant's bottom tower
Plenty of damage sent back and forth between both of these two sides.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Another Crush coming out on towards Saime. Will-O-Wisp comes in. However, and actually the Will-O-Wisp captures everyone. Saime will fall too. Ronda Boy just able to right-click everyone down. Salamat now the one in big trouble as the Keeper of the Light is on top of that cliff. They can't actually chase in after him. Carstensz, they will drop 4 entire heroes with only the lone druid left to tell the tale. And Rondaboy will just go back to that high ground to finish what Savage Wolves started.
Dire's middle barracks. Dire's middle barracks.
The first barracks having been collected, it's not long before the second barracks are as well, especially with the right click damage coming in by the Lunar.
Tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Rondaboy will get roared by Saimei, but the snowball comes in instantly. They'll be able to keep their Luna safe, and Ace will be the one to fall. Saimei now inside of the Eclipse will be the next one to fall. Ayad to go down as well. Goes for a desperate snowball play, but in the end, he has to come out of that little ice. Salamat will be able to make it on top of that high ground, but GG had already been called by Carstensz. They will drop game number 2, and it will be the side of the Radiant Savage Wolves who will sink their teeth in game number 2 and take the game to, or rather the series, to a game number 3. That was a very interesting safe lane by Rondaboy. I mean, they quite clearly were able to mitigate what the Beastmaster wanted to do, even though the pressure in the early game, in the very first 5 minutes, was there by Carstensz. They just were unable to keep the pressure up. The mid-game, the mid-lane performance by Salamat left a lot to be desired, as he wasn't able to come up with the kind of impact that is required by a Snapfire that is, well, being played these days as far as the meta is concerned. Of course, not all that often, but it is a bit of a niche, in the end, a bit of a niche pick. For Savage Wolves, this is going to be their chance to actually push down Carstensz down to the lower bracket. Let's see if they'll be able to get that done as we head to a short break before we find out. Maybe Carstensz will fight back. Who knows who is going to be proceeding further and who is going to be dropping down to the lower bracket. We will be back with Grand Station Lunar Horse Trophy Season number 7, the upper bracket playoffs, right after a short break. Hey guys, welcome back to the Cringe Station Lunar Horse Trophy. Shout out to Kaito, who happened to catch that there needed to be a correction on the stream title. But taking a look at this game in particular, Savage Wolves have managed to actually even out the series against Carstensz. Both of these two teams are now tied up in this best of three. Whoever takes this game will be coming out ahead and make their way in further on in the upper bracket. Whoever loses is going to drop down to the lower bracket, and Carstensz, they will switch things up. They're going to be playing the dire side with the third game in a row, but what's going to be interesting is that they have a Terrorblade for Dreamosol and they have a Tidehunter for their offlane. Saime played the Beastmaster 2 games in a row, but now he's done with that. He wants to go for the Tidehunter. Savage Wolves have the Void Spirit as well as the Viper, the Tusk and the Skyrath. It's a great set of heroes to have against the Puck. And it's going to be interesting to see where this Viper is going to lane. Is this just going to be an off-lane Viper, or is it going to be a safe lane Viper? That is something yet to be seen. Carstensz have banned out that Drow, so they do expect this Viper to be an offlane. And that's not a bad assumption to make, because you don't want to play a Viper against a Terrorblade carry. Just a 1-to-1, as soon as that game reaches past that 25 to 30 minute mark, you're going to be too far behind. Carstensz will be able to acquire the win at that point, right? The Viper cannot scale against a hero like a Terrorblade, even before the Eye of Scotty, I would say. It is a decent offlane hero because you can punish the Terrorblade, or rather just pressure him, and you have the, I would say, the Viper Strike against the Tidehunter.
Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Meanwhile, Disruptor is banned up by Savage Wolves alongside that Axe. Mortha banned out by Carstensz, probably against that Terrorblade. And so we'll have to see how exactly that pans out.
Radiant team.
They're going to be going for the Phoenix as their pick. Savage Wolves now have to pick up the carry. Drow is not available. You could go for the Lunar again. It's one of the few heroes that can actually stack up to that TB. At the same time, you need someone that can actually hit that egg. Either a BKB hero, Juggernaut would be kind of a decent hero in that regard, if you're able to actually find your farm. But Savage Wolves, they will go for Brute Strength. They will go for a Swen that I haven't seen in a very long time. I don't believe I saw any game of Dream League that had a Swen inside of it, and doesn't exactly do too well against the Tidehunter in the lane, right? That Anchor Smash, which reduces your attack damage, that means that the Swen can't really do all that much and doesn't have too high of an attack speed. So with a Tusk on your lineup, you're not going to be making good use of that tag team. So we'll see how exactly it pans out. I don't expect anything too strong by the Swen. At the same time, against the Terrorblade, if you're able to land a clean few 3 or 4 swipes, you should be able to take out the illusions. You should be able to overpower the Terrorblade. We'll be heading into the game, well, the final game between both of these two teams. And I have yet to see what Newt can do on the Void Spirit. So it is going to be interesting to see that comparison. I will tune in the in-game logos for all of you, as for some reason the in-game logos rarely show up.
Prepare for battle.
Hmm. 5 heroes inside of the Dire Triangle by Carstensz. I will again just take a look at their logos to make sure that they are well in perfect position. There we go. As apparently there is a bit of lag for the Radiant side. Hopefully they get that sorted out. The Terribly Delusion that is actually catching out Ronda Boy as well as Hatchet. Hmm. Just taking a look at these overall drops, I would say that the Dire side is going to be stronger, just in terms of the team fights. That Ravage plus, or rather, the Sharpshooter as well to break that Viper. Ravage, Puck, Dreamcoil, Phoenix Egg, Terrorblade with the Sunder. It is so darn much, and if you're not able to land those hits by the Swen, you're not going to be able to win the team fights at all. Void Spirit is just one catch away from being taken out because of the so many of those silences coming in, as well as the anchor that can come in as DCMG reconnects.
Fight me, cowards.
Yeah, nah, it's not.
And we should be heading back into the game. Hmm. Go call has been sounded out by the Radiant side and should be heading back into it. There we go, the game has been resumed. All of Savage Wolves' heroes are visible. They will go for yet another smoke after having taken down the image that was conjured up by the Terrorblade. Markings are going to be drawn in the map as they expect some kind of a move to be made by the Radiant side, but they won't. They'll actually walk up into the triangle.
The battle begins.
Bounty runes to be picked up as the Tusk picks one up. So it will be 2 and 2 bounty runes each. Neither side is going to have that kind of an advantage, or a one-sided advantage over the other. It's going to be interesting to see how they actually stack up against Saime in this lane. It is really hard, although the tag team should help you out with that. The only problem is Swen has such a low attack speed starting off. 1.5 second is not a lot. When we consider something like the Terrorblade, for example, 1.1 second, right? So the difference is a whole right click in 3 seconds, right? In 3 seconds, the Swen only dishes out about 2, while the Terrorblade dishes out about 3. That's the mathematical difference between the numbers of these two carries. With skills up a lot better for the Terrorblade, and sure, the Swen will be building up to that Mask of Madness, so his right click speed will be a lot faster. But until then, Saime, or even at that point, Saime will have a lot of survivability. Probably going to go for I would say the consecrated wraps, I would imagine. Mid lane is going to be Salamat versus Mute. A Void Spirit versus a Puck. And it's Salamat's turn to show that he knows a thing or two about the Puck. Right? Mute has been phenomenal all tournament long with this hero. For the moment, though, Salamat is getting pushed out, and Void Spirit is one of the better Spirit heroes against the Puck. That Ether Remnant is able to catch out that Puck really easily. As a snowball might not actually prevent them, a Ronda Boy comes in with a Storm Hammer, catching both Ahid and Saime inside of the stun. And so the Tusk will be able to make it out alive at the edge of his life. Topside, Hatchet as well as DCMG versus the Terrorblade and Ace-12. This is supposed to be a lane where DCMG comes out on top of, but the Terrorblade is doing pretty okay so far. I don't think it's that bad for the TB. Hmm. 14 lost hits so far for the Void Spirit. 15 for the Puck right now. As Salamat is trying to trade it out against the Void Spirit and is going to be able to jaunt away. It was a bit close, I would say.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The Tusk, or rather, it's a great pushback coming in by Ahid. Snowball this time around to be the stun that lands on the 2 to allow Ronda Boy to disengage, and neither side has actually given up first blood. Neither side is actually coming up with that advantage, but Ronda Boy, he only has 10 CS on that Swen. Ahid will be able to drag away this entire creep wave, or rather just the 3 creeps, but those are good enough. You deny away the range creeps and it's going to be pretty good, but the Tusk is going to drag them back. As he has a snowball on the creep wave, the gush is going to be there. That might just be first blood, but a storm hammer by Ronda Boy. Is that going to be enough? It's not. Ahid will secure first blood for Carstensz by taking out the Tusk. I do believe it is Emre on the Tuskar. And Mute is going to get a hit by the Bushwhack. Salamat does not have the Waning Rift, but turns out he might not need it. Mute now to inside the cover of those trees, trying to dodge away Salamat. And he will be able to, for the moment at the very least. He still doesn't have any mana. Bushwhack is going to be there, and Mute will fall. Salamat will be able to acquire the kill. As the Skywrath comes in, Hatchet wants to take out Ahid, but he'll be giving up his life for this. Salamat has that illusory orb, and a double kill picked up by Salamat at the back of Ahid, trading out his life. Truly not going to be worth it for the side of Savage Wolves, as sure, you find a trade, but you don't give too many kills away to the cores. That is, at the end of the day, the thing that you want to avoid. But they weren't able to play around it. DCMG is also going to fall. Dreamocell able to pick up the kill there. 4-1. And again, even towards that bot lane, Ronda Boy pushed out because of that urn. Has that fairy fire, so he's not going to die, but there's no support over here. The Tusk is all the way towards that top side alongside that Skywrath Mage. And you don't even have a Viper. Your Viper is dead. So this rotation coming in from the Tusk, it's designed for when the Viper respawns so that they can get a bit of revenge going their way. But again, because of this move, the longer it goes on, the more that Swen is going to suffer. He can't actually lane against a Tidehunter this early on, all by himself. He needs some help. He needs some support. And they really do want to look for a play on Dreamocell, but he knows that something is awry. Emre is going to spot out Dreamocell as they are going to go posture on very aggressively. The Phoenix will just dive away, and that means that there's not going to really be any kill threat. That does leave the Swen in a bit of an awkward spot. He has managed to find his recovery in terms of the CS. As Saime doesn't actually find the proc on the Anchor Smash. Slightly far away from the range. Ever so slightly, actually.
Are scanning.
And we don't know how many of those CS are actually neutral creeps, so we'll only know once we pan on towards the net worth. 7 minutes Shrine of Wisdom, there's not really going to be a play to be had there, as Salamat does have that Arcane Rune, so he could technically look for that Shrine of Wisdom, but he needs his allies behind him, and it's already too late. He won't be able to actually steal it, but maybe they can make a play for DCMG. He is dead to rights here. One or two lost hits is going to be enough. Salamat now on a killing spree.
Is under attack.
Can just make his way back into the lane here if he wants to, or look for a play on these supports. Either one is going to be pretty good. As Ace couldn't cancel his dive because he was silenced down, Hatchet might be able to secure himself with a solo kill here against Ace. It's going to be close. I think, yeah, Ace is dead. At the same time, Dream Call actually whiffed. Salamat wanted to find the return kill, but will not be able to. Even the Bushwhack doesn't land. As Mute comes over, Ahiyad is going to be a goner. The Puck chose to teleport out before that and didn't cancel his TP. Probably the right idea because you don't want to stick around too long on that top lane. You want to go back to the mid lane to continue farming up. And the Dream Call was used with the Arcane Rune, so it'll be back off of cooldown in about 30 seconds. Not that bad if you're the Puck. Has the Illusion Rune also come in for himself? Hatchet is going to be falling down as Salamat is going to dodge away that snowball. Dream Call gets sent out in response as Emre is going to get stuck inside of that beam, and he'll be the second casualty. Carstensz now 7-3. They don't actually have that big of an advantage. It's a 2,000 net worth advantage. It is great, don't get me wrong, because all three of their cores are at the very top of the net worth chart, and the fact of the matter is, Ronda Boy doesn't have any farm. He has a barely 2,500 net worth, while Ahid has a similar net worth on the Hoodwink. Thunder is going to be coming out by Ace, as it's not going to help the Phoenix. He is going to fall, but again, DCMG has just traded away his life just to be able to take down the Phoenix. That is not going to be worth it. Salamat will end up with a mega kill streak, and this is a Viper with no impact. Well, very little impact.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Hatchet
Radiant's bottom tower
is going to get hit. Salamat is going to be coming in. Will be able to... Well, won't be able to get the kill. This is a very poor laning phase by the Radiant side. It's one in which there's not really too much that they're able to do around the map. As apparently there's a food delivery for Ronda Boy, I suppose. The food delivery is. I wonder what they got. Um, is it? It has to be breakfast, right? Oh no, it's gonna be lunch because it's 3 p.m. in Singapore. They're not in Singapore. Well, I would imagine they're not in Singapore. They're a Philippine roster, but the Singapore timing from all of these tournaments in Southeast Asia, they are based on Singapore times or time zones. So it's around 3 p.m. there. It's 12 p.m. here for those of you who are interested. For those of you who care, what time I'm casting. In Moscow time, it is 10 a.m. In Central European summertime, it is 9 a.m. See, all of these time zones, I have them memorized at the back of my mind, simply because of my costs being all over the place. Right? Sometimes I'm casting at night, sometimes I'm casting in the morning, sometimes I'm casting at 3 a.m. in the night, guys. For all of you, to bring you the Dota action as it's happening before us. Sometimes there's not a lot of action going on, which is in game number 1. Game number 1 was just one side coming up with the action. As there's a regeneration rune popped up by Salamat, they also have that catapult wave with 3 of these heroes, 2 supports behind Salamat.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tidehunter towards that bot lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
God Strength activated by Ronda Boy, but it's just used to farm. 4,000 of a net worth advantage right now.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
There is a mighty fine presence by the Dire side. Viper continuing to farm up on that top lane. As there is a deep rotation coming in by Savage Wolves, they'll be able to come across Dreamosel. He's going to be silenced down. Mystic Flare damage applied on top, and that will be the biggest kill they can get in this game. On that Terror Blade of all heroes. But the same thing can be said. Void Spirit Mute in trouble. He's trying to make his way out, but he might not be able to get very far. The puck is after him. The shield from the Ember Spirit is not going to last as long as Roshan will be the one that takes the Ember out. Ayad is going to be in trouble as he gets picked up as well. Salamat is going to be able to jaunt away.
Gold for me.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The Tusk is also going to be held in by the Bushwhack. Sharpshooter is going to come in by Ayad. As they are struggling quite a bit. They need Ronda Boy to be able to farm up, get jacked, to be able to take out the Terror Blade. Mute
Radiant's bottom tower is under
on that mid lane. 14-minute power rune is going to spawn. It's just not going to spawn on that top side. It's an amplified damage rune towards that bot lane, as the Dream Call wasn't procced on Mute. It didn't even land on Mute. Saime with the Mage Slayer on that front line.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dusk is going to be able to take out Ahid alongside the Void Spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower.
How are they going to go in though
Are you okay?
against the puck when he shows up? Salamat with the amplified damage rune able to apply the Dream Call. Waning Rift as well as he takes out Hatchet.
For your impertinence.
As Mute can't really contest against the Tide Hunter. No one can actually contest against the Tide. Ahid is hit by the Viper Strike. Now Saime is coming in. DCMG needs to be a bit careful. Sees Hatchet though. Sharpshooter is turning around very slowly, but in the end is able to land. Ahid will be able to survive thanks to Saime. And they are in a very good spot. Saime almost has that Blink Dagger. Once he does, then the Ravages are going to be there. And how will you play against those Ravages with Rondaboy not actually having any semblance of farm? He is the least farmed core in this game and is a very far away from that BKB. So that Ravage is going to disable him entirely. He's not going to be able to dish out damage on towards Dreamosol, who has that Manta style almost built up. It is a slow Manta style, I would say. 17 minutes and something seconds. It doesn't quite have it, so I do wonder where the rest of his farm went. The Manta is supposed to be like a 15 to 17 minute item. Rabbids get sent out on that top lane. It's a DCMG in trouble, but will be able to make it out. However, has that Mace there as well as that Whistle Burn. DCMG will be taken out by Salamat, who does make his entry. The Puck with the Waning Rift is able to dodge away the Ether Remnant and will be the difference maker. Only one hero has gone down, and now Mute is in trouble. Uses his Dissimulate, but how will he make it out when there is that Waning Rift coming in? It's the Tide Hunter that you have to truly contend against, as Mute will go down. 3 heroes to fall, and the tier 1 tower is not long for this world, as there's nothing you can do against that tower. Salamat with that Witchblade, able to apply that debuff on Emre, who may have that snowball, but that's going to be the 4th casualty, regardless of whatever spells or buttons he's able to press.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
DCMG broken by that Sharpshooter. The egg will come out as well, and DCMG won't even be able to make it up the stairs. at that point. Plus 90 gush damage talent coming out for Saime. And again, it is an 8 to 9,000 net worth advantage for the side of Carstensz. It really feels like, unless there's a miracle, like in game number 1,
Radiant's top tower is under
and it's even
attack.
hard to actually turn this game around like that one, right? In that game, you had a Necrophos that you had plenty of damage against. In this one, you don't really have that kind of damage. Sure, you have a Swen, but your Swen barely has anything. You don't have a support or a mid laner alive right now. There's really nothing they can do against
Radiant are scared.
against the onslaught by Carstensz. It really feels like you're running around like headless chickens, lost without a purpose in the world. As even your Swen Rondaboy is about to find out, you can't really play on the opposing part of the map. This observer ward able to catch anyone who slips by. And Saime has that Yule Scepter now built in. It just feels like they have way too much at this point. 11,000 lead and more than a 96% win probability. Up 27% experience and 32% net worth. It's, look at the difference here. 4,000 difference on each and every single one of these scores between the pause 1 and pause 1, between the mid laner and the mid laner, and between your initiations and the opposing initiations. Well, I would say that the Radiant side don't actually have an initiation. They have a Viper. It'll be up to the Void Spirit to actually go in.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Dream Call applied on Emre as he's going to be taken out inside of his own high ground. And that high ground is being besieged. Glyph will be coming out, but Carstensz on a 13,000 net worth advantage. Ravage is going to be sent out as well, which will take out Hatchet. Break applied on that Viper, but they will go in with the God Strength and are able to take out Saime. Rondaboy is hit by the bushwhack, is going to be able to make his way out, so they are only able to find one kill. It is still your barracks that you do have to defend. Plenty of a Metamorphosis duration left for Dreamosel, as he'll be able to take out the melee barracks, and you'll be able to find the ranged barracks alongside of it. No, he'll actually go back. Doesn't care about the ranged barracks.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's courier has been
Off I
killed.
go.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Roshan, for the first time, is going to be collected up by Carstensz. At least that is the intention from their side. What intention is available from the other side? Well, Rondaboy is farming away on that bot lane. Has that Blink Dagger as well as the Echo Saber. Needs to get to that BKB if he wants to be able to actually win a team fight. Apart from finding a pick-off. Hatchet is going to be taken down. Sharpshooter as well as the Anchor applied on Mute as Salamat is there with the Waning Rift. Mute is very slow. The Swen goes in but is hit by the Yule. So even though he is able to apply some semblance of damage, he goes down and now has to get back. Snowball save is going to be there. But in the end, it's going to draw them further into Carstensz and they will drop like flies. Swatted down by Dreamocell.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The pocket towards that bot lane. DCMG needs to be careful. There's that Parasma coming in from the POC. So there's too much magical. Even on someone like the Viper, he takes in 400 damage from just that Parasma. No spells. With 25% magic resistance coming in. Right, so that's what, 500, 600 damage, and then when you factor in the rest of the spells of the POC, that is around 1,000 damage.
Radiant's middle tower
More than 1,000 actually. The Waning Rift itself deals about 300 damage, 320 for so 620. And when you consider the 20% magic resist that decreases, oh, Voice Spear's dead. Mute will fall. And with the Aegis up for the Terror Blade, sure, there's no Ravage, but you still do have the Phoenix Egg. As DCMG is outside of the base here. Not the position where you want to be. Ahid is going to send down that Bushwhack, and DCMG, he is going to fall. Great Godstrand Storm coming in. They'll be able to take down Salamat. Rondaboy, though, needs to be able to make his way to that high ground. Is not going to be able to do so. He will be taken out by Dreamocell. And they'll go after the tier 2 tower, have that metamorphosis in about 10 seconds, but are very low on their HP. The Sunbeam is going to heal or top them back up. The Eye of Skadi now built up for Dreamocell. Hatchet is going to be anchored to the ground, and they will be able to take him down.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Tier 3s, or rather the second lane of barracks, or it's actually a third lane of barracks. This is going to be mega creeps. Glyph is going to be activated to save their range barracks, but in the end, it will go down. There's plenty of an Aegis duration left for Carstensz, as it is going to be a desperation play coming in from the side of
Radiant's top barracks.
Savage Wolves.
Dire now have
They have that Smoke of Deceit, as Mute will jump in, but instantly hit by the Gleipnir, leashed down by that Anchor and bushwhacked by Ahid. There's going to be a Ravage on that high ground. DCMG is going to be the second casualty as Rondaboy goes in towards that back line to take out one measly Hoodwink, but he has given up his life for it. Dreamocell now on a godlike streak as their run in the upper bracket for Savage Wolves is coming to a quick close. Dreamocell on a triple kill as Rondaboy goes in, will be able to take out that first life at the back of a buyback. But is that going to be good enough? How do you take him down twice? Savage Wolves are being pushed back from all fronts. Rondaboy now on a dieback. DCMG pushed back to his fountain. He is the lone survivor, but Carstensz, they want to dive inside of it. They want Dreamocell to end up with a rampage.
Radiant's middle tower.
And GG will be called by Hatchet for Savage Wolves. They had a pretty good game number 2, and they had a pretty good comeback in game number 1, but quite frankly, having a Swen in May of 2026, I haven't seen a Swen in a very long time, and they could not make it work. They had a Viper on the offlane, and at the end of the day, they had no way to initiate on a lineup that has so many ways to initiate. The Phoenix can jump in, the Tidehunter has that Ravage, the Puck has that Dream Call, the Hoodwink can start things off with that Bushwhack, and Dreamosoul can bait heroes in like he did time and time again. For Carstensz, that is going to be a very clean game win. Even if the series wasn't overall very clean, they still are going to be able to make it further on into the upper brackets, while Savage Wolves are going to be sent down to the lower brackets. Of course, guys, we still have one more series left for Quinn Station Lunar Horse Trophy. As far as today is concerned, we have another upper bracket match coming up for you. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned, as that's going to be a pretty feisty one. This is your host, Ultras, and we will be right back. Hey guys, welcome back to the Grin Station Lunar Horse Trophy Season number 7. Velocity Vikings versus Roar Gaming in a best of 3 upper bracket match to decide who goes forward to face off against Carstensz and who is going to be dropping down to the lower bracket to face off against, well, some of the teams that didn't make it into the upper brackets in the first place. Velocity Viking coming in with Pota 2, who has recently acquired 16,000 MMR. That is a 1 and 6, one of the highest ranked Southeast Asian players out there. Meanwhile, Roar Gaming, the Chinese squad, the only Chinese squad in Grin Station at the current point in time, with Lloyd, the Malaysian player, as their captain. And again, both of these two teams have a pretty strong draft, with Velocity Vikings picking up a Mars that has become a bit of a rarity in the meta these days. Teams don't really play the Mars anymore, but is pretty good against ranged carries. In this case, really good against that Shadow Fiend. At the same time, you do have a Lion and a Tree and Protector for Roar, as well as a Puck. Velocity Vikings, Void Spirit, Tiny Skywrath, Mars is going to be, I would say, a bit difficult to actually play into. But, I mean, one finger of that, as well as the Puck spells, and this Void Spirit is probably going to die. For Velocity Vikings, it's going to be hard to actually counter that out. The same can be said for the other side, though. One Silence and Mystic Flare and the Tiny Avalanche is going to take out the Puck. Not to mention the one Mystic Flare and the Void Spirit, Ether Remnant, is going to take someone out too. Although the Ether Remnant does drag someone a bit further away, so they'll need to be dragged within close range of the Ether Remnant, I would say. Still, though, Velocity Vikings, I would say, are probably the stronger team, although both of these two teams, they're so close in just their playstyles, and I would actually say that I would actually say that Roar Gaming are looking really strong, right? Just when we take a look at this tournament in particular, as opposed to previous iterations of the same tournament, Roar Gaming are playing, in my opinion, the best they've played in compared to all of their performances at Grin Station, all of their performances and previous Lunar trophies. They've yet to win. If I remember correctly, Velocity Vikings, however, have won twice at Lunar Snake Trophy, or yeah, Lunar Snake Trophy. We are now in Lunar Horse Trophy. So we'll see what exactly the case will be. Velocity Vikings, they have banned out a Timbersaw, and they've yet to ban out the last remaining hero. Thinking about what offlaner to actually go for, they don't have. There's no Rubik in the field, so it's not going to be. I would say there's not going to be the Underlord that is going to be enabled, but you can still go for the Underlord. Drop down that pit, drop down that Firestorm inside of the arena, or that Dawnbreaker, who is really good against Velocity Vikings. You know, someone goes in with the arena, you can come in with the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian to come in with the save, right? That is going to be there. Slardar banned up by Velocity Vikings. Hmm.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Tidehunter is going to be picked up by Roar, as Velocity Vikings are going to be going for a 5th pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hmm. Thinking about what exactly their support is going to be. I mean, it's not that hard to figure out a support. Roar Gaming have gone for the Tidehunter. They've gone for that for, I mean, Double S has played a mean Tidehunter this entire tournament. As Velocity Vikings will pick up the
Now
Warlock.
select your heroes.
Surprising that they're not going for additional stunners. I would actually say that the Dark Willow would have been great this game, especially against that Tide, especially against that Treant Protector, and that Shadow Fiend. To be fair, you have that Mars, right? You can spear someone into the Bramble Maze for an additional disable, even if you don't have to skewer them down. That is a potential combo there. But Velocity Vikings will stick to the Warlock with the Fatal Bonds and the tiny overall attack physical damage. I think that would be, or rather, I should say, I think that's an okay combo to actually have. But can you push back at Roar, who have this giant Tidehunter? That is going to be the question that you'll have to answer. Overall, when we take a look at both lineups, it just depends if this 4 protect 1 strategy by Roar will work out, right? Their Shadow Fiend, if it becomes too big, then that might be too much for Velocity, especially since that Silver Edge is going to be kicking in too. But Velocity have plenty heroes that they can actually punish the Shadow Fiend with, right? The Mars plus the Skyrat, Deco plus Womi on that offlane, pretty good against the Shadow Fiend. Once this Tiny comes online, the Shadow Fiend can't match the overall attack damage, even with the Necromastery kicking in. And then you have the Puck, of course, who is weak against the Void Spirit, I will say that. Or rather, sorry, you had the Void Spirit, who is strong against the Puck for Velocity. So we'll see what the case will be. We'll see which side actually comes out ahead.
You have the gratitude of the void.
Prepare for battle.
As the logos are up. And so are all of these heroes and players. Upper bracket matches are important in a double elimination, because one match that you don't perform in and suddenly you're dropped down to the lower brackets and you're not going to be having that good of a time. A 5-man smoke comes in by the Dire side.
"30 seconds to battle."
Vomi is going to be getting hit by the stun. Does find a skewer on that Shadow Fiend. Blood Grenade sent out. Vomi slowed down. They'll need another set of stuns. And with the Blood Grenade coming in by Deco towards the side there, Vomi will be able to make it out. Bounty runes are going to be going 2 for 2. Yeah, 2 for 2 as Clove picks up the last bounty rune. And Clove is their offlaner, so Kachu needs to be making his way towards that bot lane. Meanwhile, Lloyd is going to be on that top side. Void Spirit versus the Puck. I believe we've seen this matchup in the last series as well. We're seeing this matchup quite often these days, as Void Spirits are now more common in the meta. So too are the Pucks, with the overall survivability plus playmaking potential. I would say it's a pretty good scenario to actually be in. We'll see who comes out ahead in this laning phase. Butterfly effect. Drop down pretty low. Over on the top side, Phoenix plus the Mars, which is hard for the the Skywrath Mage plus the Mars. The Phoenix wings confuse me. Yukio it's hard for the Shadow Fiend to actually play this lane. There's just overall amounts of magical damage coming out is simply too much, and if you're caught out of position ever so slightly, you're going to be getting slowed down to the point where you can't actually make it out of that position. Even if you have the living armor coming in by Lloyd, it's still pretty difficult for the SF. DB going in with the Tiny against I mean, it's a pretty good lane for the Tiny, I would say. There's no kill potential on DB. The only kill potential that exists is on Juju. And you kind of have to catch this Warlock. You do have the Gush as well as the Hex and Earth Spike, so you should be able to take Juju down, but the Tiny's damage output cannot be understated in the laning phase as well. That Tree Toss does plenty damage early on, around 100 damage, I would say, and then you have the Avalanche with around 100 magical damage too. Level 2 Toss, Tree Throw, you know, is going to do quite a bit as well. But the biggest winner of the laning phase, or rather the weakest hero on the laning phase, is Butterfly Effect. He only has about 9 CS compared to the Pota 2's 18. So it's a 2-to-1 ratio building up, as Pota 2 will drag Butterfly Effect in the tower. But the phase shift is going to mean that there's not really too much to be had there. Clove will be able to snipe out the courier. Lloyd will skewer the tree and protector through the trees, as Lloyd will be able to walk back. Yukio
Radiant structures are fortified.
dishing out the hits is not really going to be so successful.
Is mine.
Yukio, again, Living Armor is doing quite a bit. It is level 2, so he didn't go for the Nature's Grasp. He just went for the Living Armor, so this is, you know, a full 4 Protect 1 strat in play. They want to make sure that their Shadow Fiend is well and good, healthy and good, just to be able to farm up. Because at the end of the day, the SF is stronger against the Tiny, just in overall damage output. It can go either way, I will say that, because the Tiny has overall plenty, or rather maybe even twice the amount of HP that the Shadow Fiend comes in with. Womi is gonna take a few punches, as Yukio is the one who is doing the best in the laning phase. He has the most amount of CS out of anyone else. The others are trading right behind him, as Butterfly Effect has managed to find his recovery as far as the CS is concerned. Wants to go for the Power Rune, will not be able to find it. It is going to be the Lion who will acquire the Power Rune. Spota 2 was looking for a potential play on the Lion, but will not be able to find one. They'll deny away the Observer Ward, as Spota 2 will jump in with the Astral Step just to be able to apply a little bit of damage. Lion was coming in from the side, and it will be first blood drawn for butterfly effect. Amplify damage rune, so the impale does quite a bit there, and the living armor will keep Clove alive. So Roar Gaming are able to find that extra bit of a head start that they, well, ideally need to keep a 4 Protect 1 strategy going. The Shrines of Wisdom, there's not going to be any play being made there. It should just be going the way of the Radiant, or rather, for both sides. In fact, Deco will pick up the Shrine there, will be hitting his level 4. And so should Juju.
Radiant are scanning.
Deco going to eat the punches.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Concussive shot thrown out towards the Lion as Womi wanted to go in for the arena, but it's going to be stunned down by, again, the Lion. And so they won't be able to make a play there. They keep their tower alive, but it's barely there, right? It is only at about 170 HP. Not really anything fruitful as far as the defense is concerned. Pretty soon that tower is going to go down, and you can't apply similar amounts of pressure on this tower. There's a Treant Protector who's healed all of his towers back up to nearly full HP. Womi is going to go down for the second time, and that is going to be the tower broken through. Towards that mid lane, it is Butterfly Effect who is silenced down but has that illusory orb, that living armor, constantly keeping their heroes going in a way that Velocity Gaming are unable to find the damage against. They really do need that Mystic Flare, as Lloyd will just teleport away. Again, both of these two supports that they've drafted for themselves don't have a stun. The Tidehunter on the other side has that Vladimir's offering and can go for those Ancient Stacks. So ideally, you take the Ancient Stacks as fast as you can. But who is going to actually be collecting those stacks? I assume that all of them are going to be using their AoE spells to actually acquire them. But Roar Gaming, they're here towards this bot lane. Towards that tier 1 tower. It is going to go down.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Lloyd planted down the sentry, wanted to be going in for the punch, will be able to find it. And even though the Lion is hit by the silence, the Dream Call proc will mean that Pota 2 falls. There's now the Lion Earth Spike going to come in on towards Deco, who has really nowhere to go, so he will hit the deck. Lloyd will end up with a double kill. Void Spirit is going to be going for an Astral Step. Clove will be using that Earth Spike to keep himself safe. Lloyd is going to come in with a Nature's Grasp that holds on to 3. But the first kill for them comes out. Meanwhile, Roar Gaming send out that Ravage, which actually catches everyone. 3 heroes will immediately fall, and Pota 2 no longer has a play to make. That will be the last tier 1 tower collected by Roar. 1-7 on the skill feed with a 3,000 net worth advantage. Where is the counter push going to come from? Where is the true fight back potential going to come from? Because you're playing with a Skywrath as well as a Warlock who are just level 5. And now Roar are going to be collecting up all of the stacks that they spent their time building up. Or rather, most of those stacks are brought pretty low for a Womi to come in for. They're going to be able to take away the stacks.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Net worth at this point is Yukio at the very top. Tiny is farming away nicely. DB, I mean, he has that Echo Saber as well as that Shadow Blade shortly, so it's not as if Velocity Vikings don't have many options. Once that Shadow Blade is complete, they will be able to build up the map pressure, or reverse the map pressure, at least a little bit. But Vomi is visible. He doesn't know that Lloyd is there. He will apply that arena just to be able to walk out, but the Nature's Grasp will hold them in. Clove coming in with the Earth Spike as well as the Finger, and will be able to take Vomi down. Concussive Shot comes out on towards Clove. He has that Hex, but won't be able to survive. So at the end of the day, they have the Chaotic Offering. Golem will be able to apply significant pressure on this tier 1 tower, but they need to be able to close it down, or the Living Armor will just top it back up. And the response is coming in from Roar, so they won't be able to take this tower down. In fact, they won't even be able to pressure this tower at all.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Again, a 3-man smoke comes out by Velocity Vikings. They want to be approaching the Dire side of the map and are unable to really, well,
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Vomi, Mystic Flare is going to be coming out. Yukio is going to be held inside the arena, but it it doesn't really feel like who's inside of the arena, right? It's am I trapped or are you trapped? As Spota 2 is definitely trapped here. He'll be able to find his Astral Steps towards the low ground. Had to use both of them, but has a regeneration rune, so it's not really going to matter. Those he'll be back up to full mana and full HP.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Clove is going to be getting hit by the Gush. Double S is here but has the Ravage. So what exactly are Velocity Vikings fighting for? They've been able to find Lloyd though and are able to find Clove. So maybe they have the perfect plan. DB coming in with that Shadow Blade, something that Roar Gaming did not expect. And now Double S is in trouble as well. No, it's Yukio who's been cut out towards the side. He is guaranteed to die here. Double S has no business trying to save his life. As for the first time, Velocity Vikings at the back of DB, finding finally his sweet spot of farm. They're able to break through, and now DB is going to come in with the Tiny as well as the Golem. And this tower, the first one of the game for the side of Velocity Vikings, is going to fall. They can now start to chip away at this lead in a big way. And they're finally back. Like, I think they're actually in a pretty good spot. Well, once the DB gets his Silver Edge, they might be able to take out the Tidehunter too. But Pota 2, he is going to get collapsed upon and will be going down before that potential comeback can set in truly.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
DB uses that Shadow Blade, but DB is not that tanky right now. He is gonna get hit by the Dream Call and will attempt to fight back, but it will not be possible. Vomi coming in a bit too late will still be able to secure a kill with his Arena. As Juju attempting to run against a Tidehunter who is coming in. He'll be okay, I would say. Pota 2 is here as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Double S with the Tidehunter. Pota 2.
Radiant are scanning.
Ether Remnant is spotted down. Clove has that Blink Dagger. They are hunting for him, but by the time the puck can actually join his team for that play, Pota 2 will have already made his way out.
I sense distortions in the void.
Roshan under siege right now as we speak. A 3-man smoke comes out from the Radiant side. And again, they are moving in. Roshan is not that low, so they'll be able to contest this objective.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower.
Tormentor is going to be picked up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mine is the real present life. A bauble from the void.
Deco will be breaking the smoke. Concussive shot is going to be used, but Deco will get caught. The line, or rather, they don't need the line. They have the overgrowth by Lloyd to hold back the Void Spirit and will be able to take 2 heroes down. Roar Gaming once again setting the tempo, setting the pace against Velocity Vikings DB. He is back to farming. Now he's going for that BKB. Has the Mithril Hammer for it. Only needs about 1400 or 2400 gold to be able to acquire that. Lloyd? This is a battle for the Shrine of Wisdom. It's not really a battle. Lloyd's just wasting his time. Avalanche is going to be thrown out, and the moment he is going to come in, Lloyd will realize why he shouldn't have stuck around. And will be realizing, or rather, he'll be finding out. At the same time, Yukio got that Aegis, so Lloyd actually buying them space is quite good. Pota 2, I don't think he realizes that the voice line has no effect because they lost Roshan. Vomi, their offlaner, had to defend that Shrine of Wisdom. So quite clearly, a distraction play, a sacrifice by Lloyd, which was very well worth it. Double S.
Thank you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top is missing.
Radiant structures.
Yukio with the Mask of Madness should be able to take down this tier 2 topper. Glyph will come out, but there's no counter push objective that Velocity Vikings can actually achieve. Double S has the Blink Dagger now, so that Ravage can come in from anywhere, and you do have to be really careful about that.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Thank you. I shall reconsider your worth.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 3 tower under siege. Womi, he can go in with the arena. They'll start things off with the skewer. Yukio, though, he has that BKB and will be able to reverse it with a Requiem that takes out Deco. Now Vomi is going to be getting hit by the Ravage. He might have plenty of HP to spare and will be able to actually run out of that arena. Backdoor protection is going to come in as they hold down Double S. DB, he's here with a Silver Edge and it's going to go to work. But does get hit by the Earth Spike. Momi over on the backline does go down as only 2 heroes have gone out in this team fight, but both of them have been on the side. Both of them have been casualties on the side of Velocity rather than Roar.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Dota 2, or rather the Lion, is going to be the first one to fall in this fight. It's a pretty good one. Vomi's arena is on cooldown though, but so too is the Ravage. At the end of the day, Dream Call is going to be there, and Vomi will try to sustain the damage with his third ability, the Bulwark, but it's not going to be successful. DB applies the Silver Edge on Double S and has that BKB, can go to work on that Tide Hunter. They're trying to burst through him and will be able to do so, but they will still lose their support. Deco has hit the deck. DB hit by that Smoke of Deceit and has nowhere to go. He's going to be hexed down, and even though he has a plenty good avalanche, in the end, that Finger of Death and the right clicks from the Shadow Fiend will take him out as well. 8,000 of a lead right now. Yukio with a triple kill in this team fight. And still, he's holding on to that Aegis. He'll have a Silver Edge of his own to match that Tiny's.
Money changes hands.
Dota 2
I sense.
will be able to teleport away. And at the end of the day, Velocity Vikings, they're not a team that is going to crumble under pressure, right? They're a team that can figure out how to mount up a comeback. And they will attempt to do so right now. 5 heroes huddled up together. No Smoke of Deceit coming out, so it seems like they might actually be going without a smoke. Silver Edge invisibility is there as Dota 2 will take away this creep wave. DB needs about 3 seconds for his invisibility. Double S though, he'll spot him out with the anchor. However, Roar Gaming, they will realize that everyone from Velocity is nearby. Clove will be the first casualty, dead without a buyback. As Butterfly Effect will go in towards the side. Pota 2 is vulnerable. He has no Astral Step for about 4 seconds. Living Armor will keep Butterfly Effect safe. He also has that Aeon Disc, and the Ravage gets sent out by Double S. DB now stuck in between of the Ford, needs to find a way out. There is no arena coming to save him, and he is just too slow for his own comfort. He's going to be running down here, throws out an avalanche, and might be able to make it away back to his high ground. They are chasing and after him, and another leash comes through. One last right click by the Shadow Fiend is enough to take him out, as Deco again falls on the side, as Roar Gaming only lose that one Lion. They'll be able to go for this tier,
Tower is under attack.
well, topside tier 2, the last remaining tier 2 actually.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Vomi goes in with a great skewer on Yukio. He has no Aegis. Has no BKB either. There's no Ravage on the side of Roar. They need to protect their Shadow Fiend and somehow get that Requiem off, but it's not going to matter. Vomi coming in as a playmaker. Double S and Lloyd both incredibly low, with DB having respawn. He'll toss the Skywrath Mage in. Double S, so with that against that Silver Edge, has nowhere to really go. Roar Gaming lose their two most important cores and will just have to back away. 2,500 gold going their way, with Deco being able to acquire around 1,000.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Okay, they have DB locked down. Parasma is going to strike him. He'll activate his BKB, but he is way too low on his HP. Butterfly Effect will be able to take him out. But Pota 2 comes in. Silence, Mystic Flare, everything dropped down on top. No Aeon this time around. Roar Gaming will get punished for being able to take out the Tiny, and they will lose 2 heroes for it. So not that bad of an exchange, considering there is more net worth found on the Puck than there is on the Tiny at this point. And a lot of net worth found on the Lion. He's not exactly a freebie. So a combined reversal of 20,000 net worth as a percentage of the 20,000 net worth, as opposed to the 16,000. Or rather, sorry, 25,000 as opposed to the 16,000 of the Tiny. Pota 2, he goes in with the Ether Remnant. Clove is going to get a hit, and well, the Silver Edge damage coming in from Yukio is just simply too much. Deco in this position can't survive. 2 hits and he falls. Just for a Lion? That is probably not the right idea. You know, don't want to dive in too deep for a Lion. He's a Lion. He just wants to stun you down, and then the Shadow Fiend will do the rest. A Daedalus up for Yukio, and them and Velocity not having a Void Spirit over here means that Roar Gaming may just be able to acquire Roshan. Their Tide Hunter has now come in to tank Roshan, and there's a Vlad's up for Double S, so that means that Yukio will just be able to lifesteal Mask of Madness as well, and he'll be back up to full HP. Living Armor added on top of all of that. 20% lifesteal, 18% bonus damage.
Roshan has fallen.
plus 322 damage at the back of that Tide Hunter. And again, with this Aegis, they want to poke that high ground. DB is waiting in with a Blink Dagger, and he's going to be able to toss Yukio in. Mystic Flare is going to be coming down on top, so the first life the Shadow Fiend is going to be forfeit. Ravage is not going to catch DB, but does catch everyone else. Yukio now has that BKB to just buy himself some distance, but they haven't been able to do anything to the barracks. And now Womi is going to go in at the backline with an Arena. Requiem is being channeled up and will be thrown out in response. It's Porta 2 who will get caught. Has that fuse? Will he be able to make his way out? It gets hexed up. One more hit, or rather, one more raise will be enough. Vomi, with that Bulwark, will just step to the side, but get stopped by that Treant Protector by Lloyd. And they'll be able to take him down. Maybe able to take him down. He does find his blink away. So the only real casualty of this fight was just that one Void Spirit. And they managed to find the barracks on Roar. No longer have that Aegis though.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
DB. Or rather, Yukio. He's going to get hit by that Mystic Flare. DB, though, he's taking in quite a bit of damage. Glimmer Cape is going to make sure that he is safe. Potent 2 is going to respawn in about 10 seconds, so then Yukio has to get back. He simply has no more HP left to stay in that position. And quite frankly, without the Aegis, it's going to be hard to actually go for the second lane of barracks.
Invisibility. Top is missing. Top is missing. This pleases me to no end.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
$13,000 net worth is going to be difficult to reverse, but maybe they can get it done. DB, he has,
Bottom tower is under attack.
well, he is building up to that Yasha. Porta 2, ooh, okay, Porta 2 is going to
Dire's
fall.
bottom tower is under attack.
Got out on the opposing part of the map, down for about 60 whole seconds, a whole minute that he doesn't have a buyback for. And that might just give the opening for the Dire side to actually make their way towards the high ground. Double S is going to be falling down. Marina is going to come out in response, but Yukio, he has that Satanic, so he'll just be back up to full HP. And now go to work on that tier 3. How are they going to go in without an arena now? There is no Void Spirit, no Skywrath Mage. That might just be a free second lane of barracks. Backdoor protection wears away,
Middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle
and they'll be going for the melee barracks up next. Just mild forms of pushback, if we can call it that. If we can even call it pushback. Well, it is pushback, but the intensity. Oh, that is definitely a pushback. DB tosses the Shadow Fiend back, but a Ravage gets sent out in response. DB, feared up for his life, activates the BKB, but cannot fight. He'll have to go in for a buyback. And in the end, Polo 2, he does respawn. Vomi goes back in. No arena still to play with. But maybe they can take out Double S. They find the skewer on him, and Double S, he is gonna fall. Tossback isn't successful, and Yukio has that Satanic, so you have to be very careful. He activates that Satanic and is able to heal back up. Vomi now is in trouble alongside DB. Both of them are going to melt. DB will be able to make it out alive, but he just has his supports beside him. That might just be the game here, because neither of them, or rather, at least the one Void Spirit doesn't have a buyback. But it seems like they will be able to push back. This time around, a skewer on Yukio. Oh no, Vomi he just melts. Juju's gonna melt as well. Skywrath Mage Deco not too long for this world. And now it's only DB left. The GG has already been called out, but they will take this tiny apart. And Yukio will end the first game with an ultra kill. Roar Gaming, 30,000 of a lead, double the kills of Velocity Vikings, and quite clearly 10 times the tempo in that early game, come up with the win, at least as far as the first game is concerned. But they have a long way to go for this series. Well, a shorter way to go compared to Velocity, because Roar Gaming only have to win one game to face off against Carstensz Esports. Meanwhile, for the side of Velocity Vikings, they have to win 2 games in a row to do the same thing. Who is going to be coming out on top? Is this going to be a comeback, a reverse sweep, or is Roar going to go all the way? We will be back with Grin Station Lunar Hearts Trophy right after a short break before we find out. Welcome back, guys, to the Lunar Horse Trophy Season 7. We are in the midst of the second best of three, or rather, yeah, second best of three for today. It is a match going on between Roar and Velocity are one game down. Roar Gaming are currently one game up, and they will go for their famous Kunkka alongside the Shadow Fiend once more for, I presume, is going to be Yukio. Velocity Vikings have picked up the Sniper and the Snapfire, although I'm not sure if the Snapfire is going to be on the mid lane or as a support. I mean, it's pretty good with the Axe, to be fair. So too is the Marcy, and Snapfire can be played as a pause 5 too, so you have a bit of both coming out for Velocity Vikings. Rubik, Clockwork, as well up for Roar, so you have an easy way to actually catch that Snapfire once he starts off with the Mortimers. Not to mention, the idea behind this Kunkka pick, I assume, is going to be that just that X Mark and Ghost Ship combo. You can take out that Sniper, and the Marcy is not going to be able to rebound him out, or rather, yeah, rebound him out until after the Ghost Ship, or rather, actually, until after the X Mark. So you can actually bring out the Sniper if he's in the midst of if he's hit by the Torrent, rather than the Ghost Ship. Meanwhile, Berserker's Call is probably going to be the biggest factor that Velocity Vikings have going for their side. Berserker's Call into the Mortimers, if you can get those out, and the Snipers Assassinate and just the right clicks, plenty of damage to actually take the Shadow Fiend down with. So Roar Gaming, quite frankly, Velocity Vikings know that this Kunkka is going to be on the mid lane. Roar Gaming can flex it towards that bot lane, but and go for something like the Puck, or rather, actually, the Puck and the Storm are both banned out. So you'd have to go for something like the Ember Spirit if you want to actually go for that.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
And it's going to be an Underlord that comes out for Roar. So again, they just want to get on top of the Sniper. It is a pretty good pick, not to mention, once you get to that Aghanim Scepter, the Axe goes in with the Berserker's Call, you just come in through the Fiend's Gate. Right, it is a good counter initiation mechanism that they'll have. Velocity Vikings, though, have to go for their last pick. Broodmother is going to be coming out by Velocity Viking. That is interesting. So it will be DB as the carry sniper, and in fact, it'll be an offlane Broodmother with a mid lane Snapfire. Kunkka is okay against the Snapfire, but I would imagine the Snapfire is stronger in the laning phase. But after that, it just changed the scenario. At the same time, the offlane Broodmother is supposed to destroy the Shadow Fiend for as long as you're not caught. But you are playing into a Clockwork, so if there is the potential to actually be caught by the cogs. And in that scenario, if you're not able to run out in time, you're going to be getting hit by those raises, which will take out your Spiderlings, and the right clicks, which will take out the Broodmother. But overall, I do think that the Broodmother against the SF is a fantastic hero, simply because you can get on top of the Shadow Fiend from a multitude of angles. You have that increased movement speed, so Lloyd is not going to be there all the time. And when Lloyd isn't there, that is when you want to make a play by Yukio, or rather on Yukio, and it will be a support axe. So it is interesting how the axe is not going to be as, I would say, strong of a factor in this game. I'm not even sure if when he'll get to that Blink Dagger, right? It is a pause 5 axe. Deco is their pause 4 player, so pause 5 axe into the Underlord and into the Rubik, I'm not exactly a fan of that. I will be honest. So the offlane is expectedly supposed to be stronger by Roar. Offlane for Velocity Vikings is just a skill-based matchup. How much he can get done by the Broodmother. And the safe lane, or rather the mid lane, is again a skill-based matchup. Porta 2 playing the Snapfire versus the Kunkka is, at the end of the day, two niche heroes. Only Roar Gaming play the mid lane Kunkka these days.
Thanks.
I apologize for the sneeze. I was just grabbing my tea, and it happened to make me sneeze. There is going to be a pause as Juju needs to reconnect into the game. But should be able to reconnect into it shortly.
Say goodbye to your head.
That is... okay. Very interesting that GG call doesn't is a misclick. As said, I don't know what went on in the chat there, but that is interesting. We'll turn in the logos as it is the same teams on both sides. And here we are with the second game of the series. Velocity Vikings have to even out the series to be able to take it to a game number 3, while all that Roar need to do is, well,
Oh, I'll make sure you get what's coming to you.
all the Roar need to do is close out this game and they're done. At least as far as today is concerned. And they'll make it to the, well, their next series against Carstensz. Whoever wins is going to be playing against Carstensz. Whoever wins the
30
series, of course.
seconds to battle.
And Pota 2 with Snapfire, we'll see what he can actually do with that hero. He is, I mean, at the end of the day, he is the best mid laner as far as ranking goes in Southeast Asia overall. Right? Just the absolute beast of a mid laner. For the moment, though, Juju, he is going to get caught inside of the cogs. Not really hit by the fire. So actually, no, he is being hit by it. Is Juju going to die? He is. Butterfly effect with one lost Tidebringer. Or rather, should I say Gunslinger. He is able to take out Juju. At the same time, Velocity Vikings find all 4 bounty runes. So not that bad of an exchange. It's not as, you know, you give the first blood away to the mid laner. And you don't really want to do that. But you do pick up 4 bounty runes. So they actually get way more gold than the first blood gave to Roar. As the Scatter Blast at that range, it just does so much damage. But so does Butterfly Effect with the Tidebringer. And Pota 2 is playing a hero that's always hit by the Tidebringer. It is hard for Pota 2 to stack up at the earlier levels, but I doubt it's going to get any easier. The same can be said for Butterfly Effect. So again, it is the purebred skill-based matchup. As far as the mid lanes are concerned. Over on the bot side is going to be an Underlord versus and a Rubik, and DB as well as Juju are playing on the wrong side of the map, or rather wrong side of the lane. They are the Radiant heroes. So DB will just get back into position, and he's playing a sniper, so relatively a lot safer compared to most other ranged heroes. But at the earlier levels, he is just a baseline ranged hero. He doesn't actually have that much attack range to start off with, around 550, which is around the same of the Rubik. Battle Hunger applied to double S, as he is just going to get back.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Max defies you!
Butterfly effect will walk on forward. It is going to be, well, a bit hard for him to do anything. Deco goes down towards that top side. Very surprising position for the Marcy to be in, especially since no one was coming in through the gate. He actually just ends up giving up his life for nothing. At the same time, Butterfly effect way behind on that lane, behind that tier 1 tower of the opposing side. Deco is going to teleport back, but Butterfly effect is pretty much going to be A-okay, even though Deco has the boost of speed. Will not be able to catch up to Butterfly effect. Torrent is going to land on Photo 2. Doesn't do that much damage at that level 1 mark, just around 110. Snapfire is a surprisingly tanky hero, even though he is a, well, I mean, he's a universal hero. Photo 2.
This is how I help you get better.
Ooh, Juju is going to fall. Traded out by Clove as the sniper is also in trouble. Might be able to take Double S down, but the Firestorm is going to take him out first as Double S does fall, but not before he ends up with a double kill. So Roar Gaming certainly coming out on top on their off lane. Let's see how for the Velocity Vikings, how they're doing. Not that great. The Broodmother is farmed up, but Deco did go down on that top side. And Lloyd, sure, he's not playing a Treant Protector. Sure, he can't offer the same kind of protection but as the Living Armor, but he can build up a buffer with that, I would say, with the cogs. As Ported 2 actually falls on that mid side. It is the Underlord coming in to help him even without the gate at just that level 4 mark. And again, it's building up to an overall disaster as Juju, he has the Battle Hunger. The Axe position 5 kind of reminds me of the Alchemist position 5. Right? Their use very limited in just one capability. As Yukio does go down, so Womi, he does appear to win his team the off lane. Lloyd is going to be able to push back at Womi with all of the cogs, but his cogs have ran out. So Womi, he'll be able to go in. Sure, no insatiable hunger coming out for the Broodmother, but he can just wear down this clockwork. He has the cogs coming out in about 2 seconds. Will be able to push back at Womi. In fact, Womi might actually fall here if he gets hit by too many of those cogs. And one raids by Yukio is going to be enough. Womi, the greed, got to the Broodmother. And in the end, they'll find a Torrent on Pota 2, who did have his cookie coming back off of cooldown. So Butterfly Effect will play it safe as Double S falls towards that bot lane. Overall, pretty good exchange. In fact, it's going to be Deco who's attempting to go on towards Clove, will be able to dispose the Rubik back, and a few clean hits by the sniper will be enough. They take out both the Underlord as well as the Rubik, so overall, pretty good end result for the Radiant side. At the same time, DB Firestorm damage does take him down pretty low. He'll be able to teleport back though. Pota 2 again goes down towards that mid lane. Butterfly Effect, he will get disposed as Juju comes in with the Battle Hunger. Rebound on top of Butterfly Effect, and as well as the Berserker's Call, he will actually go down. So a trade for a mid laner versus a mid laner, but quite frankly, them losing Pota 2 for twice in a row on a Snapfire, who is a very timing dependent hero, is not the best of looks for Velocity Vikings. Almost has the Mortimers though. Oh, Womi gets stuck inside of the cogs. Will be able to make his way out. Pota 2.
Radiant are scanning.
Deco.
Dire
going forward with the Marcy. 6 to 8 right now on the kill feed. Not exactly that bad, but the pings are coming out towards DB. So if they're making a move on that top lane for Velocity Vikings, you have to be careful not to actually lose your sniper.
Dire are scanning.
And they are chasing in after him. However, they don't have a clear idea of where he went. Scan is not going to catch him out, so DB is long gone. They realize this. They'll just start to stack up on this tier 1 tower. Again, same playbook by Roar. Now, even though this time around it's different, Womi is playing the Broodmother, so when you apply pressure on that bot lane tower, you will have a lot of pressure on your own safe lane tower. So it will be a trade at the end of the day, but a trade that's working out for Roar so far, because Womi isn't actually applying a lot of pressure. He is just choosing to farm up instead. And now, having taken down that bot lane tower, Yukio will move towards that top lane again.
Well, thank you. Bounty.
Womi, or rather, Yukio and Lloyd are huddled up together. There will be a couple of spiders sent out to catch a vision of Lloyd. Mortimers are going to get sent flying out. Yukio has to reposition himself. He can probably just teleport away right now if he wants to, but it might just be a bit too late. It is too late. Juju will be able to come in with the call. Yukio is dead to rights. Has that... Oh no, he'll just take out Womi! And even though he does go down, the response is going to come in. Deco, or rather Juju, gets called back by the X mark. And Deco, not too long for this world as he'll be hit by that telekinesis, lifted back for Butterfly Effect to come in with that one Tidebringer, and will be swiped down by the Kunkka, or rather the Rubik. But quite frankly, Womi dying before the call came out, him getting hit by the 2 raises and just dropping like a fly. Not the kind of spider trap that he probably expected. Or rather, not the ideal spider trap they laid out for Yukio. As when we take a look at the net worth, Yukio is at the very top of the net worth chart. 3, 2, and 3 as far as his skill feed goes. And he is just farming away. The good news for them is that their sniper is also really farmed up. It's not as if there's a whole lot of difference between DB and Yukio. But there is a difference. That difference is going to be mitigated, particularly if DB is able to acquire the skill. Should be able to take the Rubik down. As the double S does come in, Juju has fallen. Firestorm as well as the raise. Yukio, though, won't be able to plant down that raise. And double S is out of here. Just wants to play at that top lane tower to make sure that it's not going to get pressured at all.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Womi.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fortitude gets hit by the hook shot, gets caught, and again will go down. Had his boots of travel, I assume, or rather his blink dagger flying in. So that's a pretty good purchase just to be able to amp up the tempo. But because you went down, you're going to be losing your tier 1 tower. They do want to make a play on double S. He is caught out. He'll be using the pit, but quite frankly has nowhere really to go. The Firestorm takes out most of the spiders though, and Butterfly Effect, he's going to come in, so he has plenty of places to go, especially when backup arrives. Juju, again, playing an axe as a position 5 is not really the ideal circumstance. Pit comes in. Double S, he is going to be able to use that fire. So on Porter 2, he will be going down. Just a few right clicks is enough. Deco, again, a double kill for Yukio.
Is under attack.
Quite frankly, Roar Gaming are playing this a lot faster. Womi with this Broodmother wants to get to that Orchid, should be able to have it in, well,
Dire's top tower.
he almost has the goal for it, just needs about 200.
Structures are fortified.
Or rather, actually, sorry, he needs about 500. But should be looking to take this tier 1 tower down as quickly as possible. Open up the map a little bit.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Thanks.
Hook shot. Going to come on towards Polar 2 once more. X Mark is there as well as the ghost ship. On Torrent on that backline. Lloyd has gone down, but Polar 2 is still surviving. But the few swipes from the Kunkka will be enough. Sniper now caught in an compromised position. He is going to get hit by the X Mark and will be brought back inside of the pit. Easy Torrent setup, but they do miss that Torrent. And now DB will be able to land those hits at the back of that Mask of Madness. Yukio thinking about going in, but the rebound from Deco was absolutely perfect in that scenario. Brought the sniper to safety. Shadow Blade. Up for the Kunkka. And an Arcane Rune waiting for him on that bot side. Broodmother
Oh, I'll
on
make
that
sure
top
you
lane.
get what's coming to ya.
Dire are scanning.
They want to make a play on Deco, or rather on DB. They'll be able to see him. X Mark, Torrent, everything applied on the sniper. DB doesn't have too long. Hookshot is going to cancel the Mortimers immediately, but they haven't been able to take down DB either. The shots coming in from that sniper will be able to take out the Rubik as butterfly effect. He does go back. Lloyd falls on that clockwork.
Thank you. Bottom is missing.
With pleasure.
Bottom is missing.
Juju is gonna get caught. Taking quite a bit of damage at the back of Yukio's hits and will easily go down. Yukio, even at this point, there are two Shadow Blades being built up. One for Yukio and one that Butterfly Effect already has. Torrent is going to be landing on Vomi. He has that Orchid, but there's that X Mark as well as that Ghost Ship. And Vomi will get swiped down. Oh, for the two. Visible
Radiant's
on
bottom tower is under attack.
that low ground. Butterfly Effect has that haste rune, but that haste rune has worn away. He has seemingly walked himself into the hands of that Marcy, and Pota 2 is going to realize that. He'll just jump in, but Yukio, he is also here, sends out that Requiem, and Pota 2, he won't be able to make it out. It'll be Deco who will also be collected. DB, though, able to dish out the hits, but Juju, he is going to get pushed back. They will prioritize targeting that axe. As Globe has the Mortimers right now, will actually fall, so he'll lose that good spell to have. Should have actually sent those out to kill Juju. The Mortimers would have been back because the spell steal is the 180 seconds in duration, and the Mortimers, they'll come back in that time, 120 seconds. We also have that spell amp. So the Mortimers in the hands of the Rubik are going to do quite a lot. Butterfly effect. Ooh, hook shot is going to be dodged again. Deco coming in with the great rebound plays, and Glove is not going to be able to even move. Juju, this is a bad fight for them. However, DB, he is going to go down. Yukio was able to find him. Deco cannot stack up the hits against that Shadow Fiend, so that is going to be a double kill. Juju held back as well, but the real target is going to be Pota 2. Butterfly effect looking for that Snapfire.
Radiant's bottom
Isn't able to find him.
under attack.
So instead, they'll settle for Juju. One hit is going to be enough for Yukio to end up with a triple kill. And sure, Vomi isn't joining these fights. Vomi isn't applying pressure either. Right? Vomi is just farming away. Maybe that's the right approach. I don't know. But if that entire fight is going on, why is that top lane topper at 100% HP and the lane is almost even there? Right? Why isn't Vomi just pushing all the way through?
Dire are scanning.
Vomi does get a hit by the cogs. The root from the pit is also going to be there. The clockwork is probably going to fall, but so too will Lloyd, or rather, so too will Vomi. So at the end of the day, they do manage to get it done. Deco has that sentry ward planted down, perhaps knows that Yukio is trying to chase in after him. The pit is going to come in at a pretty good position, held back by Juju though. However, Yukio, he has that sniper in his crosshairs and will be able to take him down. Mortimer's flying out in response, but Juju will go down. And Pota 2, he's going to get caught by that torrent. Trying to make his way out and will be able to blink away. However, they do see him. Butterfly effect will be able to land that X mark, bring this more Snapfire back, and Pota 2 is going to be a goner. 6,000 of a lead right now, up for Roar Gaming.
Is under attack.
And every time DB is in a compromised position, he is just going to die. You cannot stack up hits against the Shadow Fiend, especially one that is 4,000 net worth ahead. Tormentor is going to be taken out. As Clove will pick... Oh, that is a great shot to have. That is a fantastic shot to have in this game. Reposition yourself against the Axe. If anyone's caught within the Berserker's Call, reposition yourself against the Broodmother, against the Marcy, against really everyone, even against the Mortimers as they're flying out. So a pretty good shard for the Rubik. DB is going to get hit by the hook shot. Clove is going to come in. He has a telekinesis as well as a Snapfire cookie. Torrent, a ghost ship, everything just planted down. And Pota 2, he may send out those Mortimers, but in the end, they're barely going to tickle Roar. They've gotten what they came for. They've gotten the big sniper. Well, he's not that big, but doesn't have too much in the way of farm right now. He is still their most farmed hero. As Lloyd will still be collected randomly by Vomi's Spiderlings. Vomi, or rather Juju, he came in with the Berserker's Fall. He is going to fall, and then the Mortimers come out in response. Vomi is just going to melt. Even Deco might not be too long for the world unless he backs away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Porter 2 is going to be landing those Mortimers. Shredder is going to come in, but the two-man torrent comes out. DB is back in, so might be able to actually find Butterfly Effect, who is going to get hit by the Dispose. Positioning has to be good on the sniper, but it has to be great on the other team that faces the sniper. As Butterfly Effect is, you know, going to get that brutal lesson.
That should help.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yukio. Oh man, 4 hits just enough to take out Juju. And again, the position 5 axe really leaves a lot to be desired. Really feels like it doesn't achieve anything. If it's an AoE disabled, there are plenty of heroes that can actually do that. Butterfly Effect is going to be coming in. Vomi is going to get caught as soon as he reaches the steps of those stairs. And now it's a 10,000 net worth advantage in the hands of Roar Gaming.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
With the 2 kills that they've been able to acquire, what's stopping them from going Roshan? That's probably what they're thinking, and they will actually make that decision. They will head inside of the Roche pit. Mortimer's coming out by Clove, by the Rubik. As he'll teleport towards that bot lane. Deco activates his Fury, but the Underlord is coming in through the teleport and will be able to root Deco down. Pretty easy kill as they tried to create some space in an act of
Dire's
desperation.
middle tower is under attack.
Bounty.
Oh no. I couldn't even begin talking about that. 644 gold. I wonder what this number is when you divide it by 2. But
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
a solo kill on the Broodmother? Porter 2 is also going to get a hit by the Torrent. Yukio, he is just going to be able to hit all of them down. Juju, he's going to go for the call, but what is that going to do?
Radiant structures
There are 4 heroes not alive. And with the Underlord, with Double S in possession of that Aghanim Scepter, if this sniper reveals his position, if he shows his right clicks, there's just going to be a gate on top of him, alongside that pit. And he's not going to be able to make it out. There's that Atos as well on Double S.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Butterfly effect
Radiant's middle tower is under
with
attack.
that Aghanim Scepter.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Bot lane is going to be another Firestorm coming in. Deco is just going to get pushed back and forth and will actually go down. Another pit coming in on towards Momi. This game kind of feels like it's done and dusted. Juju is going to get caught as well. That is going to be his 13th death. And it is as if he doesn't exist in this game, right? It has no kind of impact. And it's not his fault. Juju is a fantastic player. But this hero on Juju, this hero in general on a position 5, I don't know what this hard support axe is supposed to do this game. Perhaps if they flexed it out. Clove is gonna send or ladder lift up the sniper and actually use the Berserker's Call on him. Yukio taking in quite a bit of damage, but it's not really going to matter now, is it? He has that Aegis. Deco going to cancel his teleport, and sure, there's no Satanic on this Shadow Fiend, but Pota 2 needs to be careful. Forced off forward by Yukio, and even Deco is going to fall. GG will be called by Vomi as the Velocity Vikings will drop to the lower bracket after being swept under the rug by Roar Gaming, who will proceed on further to play against Carstensz. That match is going to happen tomorrow, or rather, actually, it's going to happen in a bit, as the lower bracket matches are going to be tomorrow. This is your host, Torturous, guys. For now, this is going to be it. We will be back, though, with Lunar Horse Trophy tomorrow at around the same time, 12 p.m. Singaporean time, with the next best of 3 happening at 3 p.m. Singaporean time. So make sure to tune in, as always, and I will see all of you later.